I must have had something on my lens on my, but I should have left it there. It was sort of like a glamour shot, like it fuzzed out all the wrinkles and couldn't really see all of it.
It's clearer now.
That's too bad.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, so it is the 6th of July. I hope everybody had a happy Independence Day. We are scheduled to start this regularly scheduled public meeting at 9:45. We're just going to wait just a moment here for the whole team to be here. And I do see one hand raised. The first thing we're going to do is call for public comment. So if you would like to make a public comment, go ahead and raise your hand. We'll bring you over and hear you out. Before we do that and get started, we'll just wait for the rest of the team to get here. Mr. Boogerman, thank you for your patience.
Okay, I think I unmuted my mic. Can you hear me?
I can, yep, and we will get started here in just a moment. We're still waiting on the whole team.
Okay.
And Jim, just so you know, I see a request from somebody else to have 5 minutes of public comment. Typically we do 3, but we have a light agenda, so I'll go ahead and we'll do 5 for each of you when we get started. Sean is scheduled to be here today, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I believe so. He was asking about the meeting a few days ago. So.
I just texted him.
Maybe he came on at 8:30 or 9 and found no one here. There was a little confusion about this morning. We got it worked out. Basically, I woke up and called Pete and said, "Do I have to go to school today?" He said, "Yes, you have to go to school today." We could proceed with public comment, I guess.
I think so. One of the great things is that this is recorded. You can go back and watch.
Right.
So Mr. Blugerman, and then others who wish to make public comment, feel free to raise your hands. We'll bring you over. We'll start with Mr. Blugerman. If you could state your name and where you live, and we'd love to hear what you're thinking about for 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Jim Blugerman. I live in Georgetown. And it's my understanding that at the last commissioners meeting, there were some people that had asked you to protest the placement of Clear Creek County into Congressional District 3. And I would like to add my name to that list and hope that you do protest it. The issues facing Clear Creek County are related to Denver and the Front Range. And we have been very fortunate that every congressman from District 2 has understood that. District 3 is primarily agriculture, oil and gas, and resort tourism. And other than congestion on I-70, there are really no issues that impact Clear Creek County that are important to District 3. I also am very upset that the redistricting commission is not currently scheduled to hold a single meeting in Clear Creek County. In order to protest the move in person, we're going to have to drive to Steamboat Springs or further. And I think that the county commissioners should tell the redistricting commission that it owes us a town hall meeting in Clear Creek County so that all of our residents will have an opportunity to bring our concerns to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Blugerman. And I know that the redistricting commission wants to hear from everybody. You may be able to make a comment yourself as well.
Well, I'd like to be able to do that in Clear Creek County and not have to drive to Steamboat.
Understood.
Thanks.
You are welcome. So next up we have Chris Makeley. Chris, I probably did not pronounce your name right. If you could let us know your name and where you live, and we'll give you 5 minutes. You're currently muted.
If you're on your phone, it's *6. Is that right, George? To unmute.
I think so.
And oh, hmm. Oh, you got the camera. That's good. But you're still
You're
muted.
still muted. You unmuted for just a second. I saw it flicker.
Mm.
Beth, are you able to ask him if he wants to unmute, like through the computer?
Yeah, I am. And actually, Chris, if you hit the space bar, it should unmute you. No. Don't know how else to do it.
I do have an update from Sean here. His internet just failed at his house. He's on his way to get some internet and he'll be joining us in maybe 20 minutes.
Okay.
Must be a reset going on with the 4th of July. I came in and Zoom wanted me to re-register and all this stuff this morning. Good thing I came on early. Didn't really understand that either.
Oh.
So to Chris, if you wanted to try to log in on another device or something, we've got about 5 minutes left for public comment.
And George, I'd suggest that since he's been here and been trying, whenever he comes back on and we got a moment, it would be good to allow him that opportunity whenever it is. So he showed up.
I agree with you. And I know he was on an email with Joe Lepis, who's also here. Maybe Joe would like to, or we can try again. I see you just put his hand up. And then what I think Chris at 11 o'clock, but really whenever you can get it figured out, we would love to have you. But at 11 o'clock, we could try again. I know we have county manager updates, and I was told that I don't think we have any updates, right, Brian?
That's correct.
Okay, so we could try again at 11.
We lose Randy.
And maybe we can give it another shot just real quick right here and bring him over. And because I saw he got over there and got his hand back up.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's telling me he's rejoining, and then it doesn't cross him over.
Yeah, sorry, that was an operator error a second ago.
Ah,
I went to close a window and I hit the wrong button.
Am I there?
Okay,
yes.
you are. We can hear you. All right.
Wow. It's a brand new iPhone 12. I couldn't figure it out. I'm so
Well,
sorry.
No worries.
I'm sorry to waste the commissioner's time.
I'm glad you got it worked out. We can go ahead and give you the full 5 minutes. If you would just state your
only
name.
need three. Three is fine.
Either way, if you'd state your name and where you live, and we'd love to hear what you're thinking about today.
Okay. Well, I thank you for your time. And my name is Chris Makeley, and I'm a resident of Sawmill Lane. I live at 349 Sawmill Lane here in Idaho Springs. And I've gone through all the routes as far as contacting county people, employees, so on and so forth, about the condition of Sawmill Lane. I don't know how many of the county commissioners have driven down Sawmill Lane in the last 2 years, but the road has not seen any maintenance. I've lived here 6 years. It hasn't seen any upgrades in the 6 years I've been here. It hasn't seen any real maintenance in the last 2 years. And as a result, we're having quite a bit of drainage problems. We're having water runoffs where we've never had before. Neighbors were actually fixing the road themselves because the holes in it are so deep. And I guarantee you, if any one of you ladies or gentlemen have driven down Sawmill Lane within the last 2 years, the road wouldn't be in this condition. It's absolutely horrible. For me to go on much further about that is kind of going to be like beating a dead horse. I spoke to Carl. Carl has promised me for 2 years now. Last year I gave you a pass because of COVID. This year we're into July already, and everything I've gotten from Carl is there's no time frame as to when the road will be fixed. And it's a major problem. I'm in the food business, and in the food business, we say you're only as bad as your worst employee. Well, in the road business, it should be you're only as bad as your worst road, because the road that we have right now is really bad and someone's not doing their job. And if one of you folks would like to take a ride down here, I'd be more than happy to give you an inspection of it. Anything like that, anything to help speed along progress. Money should be in the budget because my taxes keep going up and nothing's been being spent here. So enough of that subject. I wanted to just touch base briefly about, I haven't looked into it, so I'm talking kind of backhanded here. But the situation at the transfer station, I was originally led to believe that it was a temporary closure on Thursdays. And has there been something where it's become permanent? I didn't know if that passed that, a meeting or something like that. With, like I mentioned earlier, taxes are going up and services are not. I didn't need quite even the 3 minutes. That's really what I need to get off my chest. I appreciate your folks' time. And I'm through. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you for yours. I do note that Sawmill Lane is on our secondary county maintained roads list. And so I don't, without our road and bridge person here, I don't think we can give you much more information than that. Brian, did you see you unmuted?
Yeah, I will follow up on both items. Obviously, I don't have an answer right now, but I will certainly follow up and get back with Mr. Magley.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And then on the,
go ahead.
please.
I do believe that the transfer station did go to a four-day-a-week schedule because of the demands of keeping up with maintenance at the facility and the amount of stuff that was coming in. Just trying to have enough days and times to be able to run around with equipment and move stuff. So they went to a 4-day-a-week, and it was Thursday they got rid of so that they could maintain the weekend presence on Saturday, I think. That's my recollection. But what you're just listening to an old man's memory. So it's
Right.
just do the best you can with that.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was something that had to go through official channels to change the schedule from a 5-day schedule to a 4-day schedule. It's something that's done,
I do recall approving moving to a 4-day schedule. What I recall is that it was around not being able to fill the positions we have open. I don't recall that it was framed as a permanent shift, but Brian will follow up with us
Yes,
on that.
definitely.
So thank you for your
and I
time.
appreciate that as well.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Do we have any further public comment? Okay. Thank you again for your time, Mr. Makeley, and we're going to go ahead and close public comment. The next thing on the agenda is county commissioner updates. Maybe the only, I don't think I have anything except perhaps to say on the redistricting conversation. Maybe something we didn't mention much, or I didn't have emphasized in my head, was the importance of having those local governments that deal with the Arapahoe Roosevelt National Forest able to speak with one voice to their congressman. Seems very important. So that's what I have. Randy, what do you have?
Nothing. 4th of July happened. Got to go to the parade. Just a ton of, but yeah, then a ton of other work going on. But nothing this week other than calls about fires and rollovers and things like that.
Okay, great. Well, then we're catching right up here. Next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda. Did you want to pull anything off, Randy, for discussion?
No, look good to me.
Okay, we'll go ahead and read it. Consideration of approval of the warrant register is item number 1. Item number 2, consideration of approval of Colorado Works Memorandum of Understanding for the Department of Human Services. Number 3, consideration of approval of unified form construction contract between Clear Creek County and Iconergy Ltd.
So I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I feel so powerful. Actually, second.
That's right. It was an eloquent motion. So, okay, next thing on the agenda is quarterly update with the Open Space Commission. I see we have Martha Tableman here. Hello, Martha. And I see Beth. I see Alan Roman is an attendee. He may want to come over as a panelist.
Yeah.
Um,
You might, yeah, just watch for the other folks. I don't know who all's going to come on. They were all informed of it on Sunday.
Okay,
Hmm.
great. Well, Martha, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to meet with you folks, and we'll actually also be meeting with you at the end of the month if things are still as planned. And I'm going to try to share my screen here and start this slideshow for you. Is that going to work? Can you guys see it? Good.
Yes.
Okay, great. I can't tell. I'm technically inept on this stuff. I don't do it enough. All right, so this is our update, and we are at full staff at the moment in terms of commission members with the addition of Margie Kaspari. And we'll talk more about commission members in a minute. As you know what the mission is, I just like to run by it because it's pretty wide and broad, but if we need to come back to this for some part of the discussion, we can. We did have elections in April. We have a new chair who is Bob Judge. Vice chairs are Alan Roman and Smokey Anderson. Treasurer is Peter Monson, and the secretary is Mark Cuccinella. And you'll hear later that this is all going to change. Not all of it, but some of it will change. But that's our new officer corps. Jackie Doust, who was our vice chair, or was co-chair, sorry, is actually working on the East Troublesome Fire with the doing the remediation up there, and so she was too busy. And Frank has decided to step not off of the commission, but out of being an officer so that other folks can pick up the mantle and carry forward. And he's still there to help us, but he's been it for many, many years. So, and we have great thanks for all that he's done for us. Floyd Hill Open Space Park. We are seeing significant trail use. James can provide us with numbers. I don't know them off the top of my head, but I know that the parking lot is perpetually full. We are moving forward on our trailhead improvements. It is taking us a little longer than we expected to get the conceptual design of exactly how you configure the parking lot in place, but we should have a revised draft by the end of next week. And then we'll proceed from there to go for our access permit and those kinds of things. We need to get an access permit from CDOT because we go out on US 40. We did have a very long discussion about the restroom we're going to put in there, which is, it's CXT, I think is what it is. It's the one you've seen around in many places. It's concrete. It's down in Jeffco in Douglas County. It's going to be a 2-seater with actually a little storage room. It will be indestructible from what I can tell. I mean, it doesn't mean graffiti won't affect on it, do something to it, but it is concrete roof, concrete walls, everything. We debated it and figured that this was the best thing to do. And then our big debate was about color. It is ordered, takes like 120 days. And then you dig a dig hole in, and it gets put in with a crane, et cetera, because it comes in, I think, 1 or 2 pieces. So we're underway in terms of moving this forward. The session series, folks might have heard about this. We've also called it the Enduro in the past. This was sponsored by Team Evergreen. It was, Enduros are, you have people race down over several different days, and they keep track of their time. And I think over the course of the several events, you get cumulative times, and whoever has the best time wins. They were using the sluice. The first one was canceled because it was going to be 4. The first one was canceled because of snow and rain mess up there. They had the next 3. Most of them, 2 were on Wednesdays. The last one was on Saturday. They decided to change how they ran it on the Saturday, and instead of flagging the trail, they let people go wherever they wanted. And as a result, we had some damage to the trail. And so we've been in discussions with Team Evergreen as to how we're going to get reimbursed for the repairs, because they were significant. It wasn't just slight damage, it was significant damage. And so the trail is currently being repaired by the folks who built it. And they actually should be done because they needed to move on to Colorado Springs this week. Not only are we learning that you can have potential for damage, which we've never had on any of our events, we also had learning experience as this went through with having such a large event. There was issues with the speakers and with parking and some other things. And so it's all very informative to us in terms of looking ahead to future events at Floyd Hill. And I think the question of how to handle damage is also something that not only is open space going to revisit in terms of our permits, but I think the county needs to revisit in terms of their permits, because we went to look at what's in the process. It isn't very clear. We've also seen lots of demand for events at Floyd Hill Open Space. We've got the local high school team, but I don't think it's actually sanctioned by the high school. It's somehow affiliated with the high school. They've approached us. We have Avid for Adventure, which is an outdoor group that takes kids out into the outdoors and sort of run camps. They're going to use it a couple days a week for most of the summer. And we've had other various people approach us. So it's a much appreciated amenity in the county. And this is just showing you the parking lot stuff, just to give you some graphic. And we're still wrestling with where to put the water quality retention pond and those kinds of things. But we came up with some very good ideas at our last discussion. Peaks to Plains Trail. If anybody's driven in the canyon, you can tell that construction's underway. They are on occasion contributing to there being one lane of traffic going through the canyon. But we are fully underway, and we were not particularly constrained by high water, which was fortunate, which will allow us to keep making progress. The retaining wall panels have been completed. The micro piles are being poured off-site and are in process. There's temporary shoring in place, and we've had the testing of soil nails to make sure they work, which they then put in, and then they do the shotcrete. So we are moving right along. I left these in from last time, but it's important for people to know that the Tunnel 5 Oxbow Trailhead is closed during construction. It's actually where they're staging their efforts, and that parking between Tunnels 5 and 6 is closed during the week and is being allowed to be open on the weekends unless construction is underway. So if folks are, particularly rock climbers, are the people who use this the most, they should monitor the blog that's associated with this construction project, as well as, I think it's Mountain Project, is the rock climbing blog that is out there on the internet. And there'll be a notice there if it will be closed for the weekend because they're working on Saturdays. These are just pictures that I was given by the crews down there. That's the bridge that's Tunnel 5 you're looking at, and you can see they're creating their bench. And this is below the parking lot that's in the trailhead at Oxbow 5. So they're working on the wall and making progress. It's starting to look like a trail. This is one of the panels, which I left in from last time, but just so you can see that those will be put up as part of the retaining wall now on the Alvarado Open Space Park. The trail crew early sort of May timeframe went around and spruced up the loop trail, which is, we have created a trail that goes, it was partially there before, but goes all the way around the pond. And some of the signs had come down and there were trees had fallen or branches. And so that trail is now all easy for people to use and is getting use and well signed. We also have tomorrow a tree removal company coming in to take down, there are a number of trees that are actually growing into some of the cabins or very close to them. We also have some hazardous trees that are just, that's it's a cottonwood I can remember exactly. It's cottonwood forest, but it's a particular kind. And their trees are getting old and we're losing branches and trees just due to attrition from their age. And so they're going to come in and clean out ones that are hazardous and actually clean up a lot of the debris that just keeps falling from the trees. So they expect to get it mostly done tomorrow. They're going to chip the material they take out, and we will then be able to proceed to roofing the cabins. Both of them are, one is the one back that Joe lived in, Joe Cicel, that's in the corner closest to Georgetown, closest to the creek. And the other is the 4-H cabin, which we have allowed the 4-H folks to store their stuff in. And that one has a tree growing right through the roof. So we have estimates, and we will work on getting those repaired to keep them sound. Folks may, this is on the cement house and the log cabin down in Clear Creek Canyon. I'm remembering that it was last summer, I'm pretty sure, that the little cabin burned, and I was looking, I left didn't have photos, but anyways, it's about my notes. I couldn't find a picture of the cabin. There actually were pictures on Facebook and stuff when the cabin was burning. I think Frank figured it was from the 1920s, and we actually have had problems over the years with people squatting in the cabin, and we have tried all sorts of different things to make it undesirable, like taking out windows and doors, but it burned last year. And so there was still debris, which I'll show you in a minute. We also have the cement house, which people may recognize seeing as you drive down the canyon. It's on your right side, on the other side of the creek. It actually is a former radium mine, and there was an area in it which people took the train up and actually sat in the waters that were full of radium and actually drank the water and did all sorts of things. And then this building was built around it. It has also been a trespassing liability over the years. And we have tried to secure it. We put grates on the windows and a big steel door in it. And it's very old cement block, and it's almost crumbly at this point. We are looking to do something to temporarily secure it, and we are getting estimates, and we actually got one of these estimates a couple of years ago, and we'll get a new one, but we've been trying to get, it has asbestos in one of the areas, and so it has to be dealt with before one can actually demolish it. And so we're trying to get estimates for abatement. Our estimate from 2 or 3 years ago was $60,000, and we kind of went, wait a minute. So we're hoping that we can get lower estimates, and then we can get the building taken down there, but while still protecting the mine, which has had a stacked rock kind of around it. And Department of Mining, Reclamation and whatever had actually put a gate on the mine to protect it from people getting in, but allowing bats and stuff to get in. So, and here's some pictures. That's the cement house from one end of it. And that orange area was an area they found a pit when we hired a company to clean up the area. And they found a pit, and you'll see some pictures there that they have now cleaned out the pit, and I'm taking care of it. This is what was left after the fire at the log cabin, which is a little further downstream and up the hill from the cement house. And so this was not safe or secure or anything. So this is what they went, Empire Demolition went in and did it. They cleaned it all up for us. So now it's just looks like it's a forest fire there, but at least it's clear. Waldorf Mill Site. This is up in the Waldorf Basin. It is an area that's in the middle of some claims we have and some claims that are owned by the area that's owned by the Forest Service. This is an area that we are going to be donated. And I know that you've had this discussed with you. The phase 1 environmental assessment site visit was completed about 2 weeks ago. Nothing of significance was found. Once we get the report, we'll be able to work with Peter to bring it before you. But we were pleased that they were able to get up there and that nothing of significance was found. And I don't have any pictures of that, which is too bad because it's a pretty space. Maintenance committee. We have created a maintenance committee. John Miller, Mark Cuccinella have been working on looking at all of our key properties, identifying which ones need periodic maintenance versus ones that just are up on the hillside and do well on their own. And they're conducting site visits to assess the condition and identify projects that need to be done and prioritize which can be done, because clearly we don't have an unlimited budget. And that's where things like getting the trees taken out at Alvarado Open Space Park have come up, and dealing with the cement house and the cabin. We also revised our bylaws. We adopted them at the June meeting. Changes were essentially made to reflect the way that the Open Space Commission functions. We've always, while we officially had alternates and members, we had 9 members and 2 alternates. In reality, we operated as a whole. And so we have now made that official that we have 11 members. And it was decided that with 11 members, and if you had 4 or 5 officers, it seemed like a lot of officers per member. So we've combined the secretary and treasurer position, which is why what you saw as who was elected to what. There's several people that are willing to step aside and let the other take the position. So we'll be addressing that at our July meeting and figure out who wins on the secretary treasurer position, whether it's Mark or Peter, and who gets to step aside. We have a meeting scheduled with you at the end of the month. We have been preparing some background documents for you, which are mostly things like our open space policies, the initial ballot language and such. And we will get those out to you before the meeting. And we're aware we only have a couple hours, so we're going to try in our memo to highlight what we think are where we want to focus our discussion. And we're really looking at mission and sort of current and future opportunities and challenges. Summer plans, as we've mentioned already, we're working on Floyd Hill and Peaks to Plains. We are still at Alvarado Open Space and a few other places trying to get some revegetation to occur where we took down the buildings there. And as I mentioned, we're working on these maintenance activities. We're also working at developing regulations to address commercial activities on open space land. With our neighbors, it varies from Jefferson County, which has a very complicated program, to Boulder County, which allows no commercial use. So we are not opposed to allowing commercial use, but we want to figure out a reasonable system in which people who are making money off of using our open space lands are contributing to helping us maintain those lands. And that's it. And any questions?
Yeah, a couple regarding the damage up at Floyd Hill Open Space. Was there any indication that some of that, I know we had a lot of rains going on, and I know you said the first one was canceled because of snow. Was there some of that was the result of the soil conditions maybe being pretty damp during any of those? Because I know it hasn't constantly been damp. It has, of course, steep, loose, and dry is a little tough too. But I just wondered if there'd been any analysis done on why there was what was considered to be a significant amount of trail erosion and damage.
Yeah, and it was not like runoff kind of damage. My understanding from James, who's our expert on this, is that, and you, Randy, have ridden stuff, so you probably will know this better than I do, where you have curves and you have banks, people ended up riding over the edge of the bank and breaking down the edge. And it was because they were going, what the first 2 times, there wasn't any problem because they pinned, as it's called, a course, and they kept people in a certain area. On the last one, it was not flagged or pinned, and people just went wherever they went to go as fast as they could go. And so they were pushing out to the extreme end sides of the trail and damaging it. So it wasn't so much runoff. And in fact, I know from James talking that having a certain amount of moisture you need to keep the trail, I want to say compacted, and I'm not sure that's the right term, but solid versus being real friable.
Right.
So,
right.
I mean, the only question we have is there's some damage that probably was there that is probably normal wear and tear, that between the times when we had the events or just over the course of time, that some of that had been starting to occur. But there were 200 people at the event, I think 150 riders. It's just a lot of people all at once going down and trying to go as fast as they can. And I also think this was aimed at more beginning riders, and therefore they aren't as in good control. So it was kind of a combination of things.
Yeah, and I was to be clear, I wasn't asking about whether the damage came from the weather instead of the bikers. What I meant was that when you're riding under damp conditions, it's a fine line between damp enough to be sticky to have better traction and damp enough to erode more quickly because the ground is softer. And that's the only reason I was asking, because we did have quite a bit of rain. I wondered if it happened to just accidentally coincide with some of the events that I didn't recall that it had, but not having been there and seen the action, I wasn't sure. But you're saying it had more to do with maybe trail delineation that allowed some of the competitors to go off trail for a higher speed or something like that.
Exactly. And I
Okay.
do think, I know we had snow and rain the first time, but after that, we were sort of in that dry, hot spell. But yeah, I think I mean, clearly we didn't have the damage the first 2 times. And so that would indicate that management of the riders is at least a huge contributing factor. And I say there's a lot of lessons that we can learn from all of this exercise.
Okay, thanks.
Hmm.
I guess the only other thing I'll just say, because then I can be done with what I had to say, was it does my heart good every time I see another big chunk of the Peaks to Plain Trail get completed. I have I have felt for around 45 years that once we had a designated high quality path, and you've heard me say it, but I'll say it again anyway, path through the county, the game changes. And it's sort of like we have looked at those assets that we have built so far and said, well, they don't have a lot of traffic on them. And, there's different, there are different lengths of trail that are required for different kinds of sports to have what you call an experience, a daily experience, and when it comes to road riding, that tends to be the case, especially that you need a long enough day. So I think once Jeffco's got a bigger challenge in front of them to finish than we do, even with their budget, because they have such a huge amount of trail to build. But I think once that's finished all the way through, we did have a lot of road riding through the county and even extending into mountain biking years until we got into this eternal last, 10 to 15 years of road construction, which is constantly broken up, highway construction, which has continually broken up the path through the county that was pretty solid and pretty usable for some time. So getting back to where we have that, I think will be good for recreation for those of us who do like to live and ride here. Because that's been one of the things about riding in Clear Creek County. Other than mountain biking, there's been like 1,000 miles of it if you wanted to go out and ride the old mining trails and county roads and stuff and gravel bike and do all that. But the road riding is like you can go this way or you can go that way or you can go that way. And you don't have the variety here without, especially during road construction.
Right.
And that's all I had.
Any other questions?
Hey, Martha, sorry I missed the beginning of the presentation. I think George mentioned my internet went out in my entire neighborhood, so I had to rush to the office. But what was and I went to the last event, and one of the things that I observed was the spectators were wandering all over the place and creating social trails, which I think is a problem, and you probably know about that. But has Comba or any of the other volunteer groups agreed to help with remediating the damage, or like what's the outcome, what's the solution?
Right, where we are right now is that Flowride was working on, my impression was the more complicated pieces of it, and David Knox and Comba were out there helping on some of the other pieces of it. So they were working jointly, and the event was a fundraiser and was going to provide out of its proceeds money for Floyd Hill, Warren Gulch, and Virginia Canyon. And so that's we're in discussions with Team Evergreen and Comba, trying to figure out, once the work is done, how out of those proceeds do we distribute money to cover the cost for the repair, how much goes to that versus how much goes to the entities to help on those other projects. So they were going to wait to see till everything got done and they knew what the cost was going to be, because Comba stepped up and offered to help with the repairs.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I mean, the one thing I'll say, the event was hugely successful. I mean, it got a lot of good press all over the region. And when it comes to the trail getting a little beaten up, I guess in hindsight, that's kind of what I would expect, because if you have hundreds of people riding down that thing at their limits, that's probably putting a couple of months of wear on the trail in a period of a day. So I'm glad to hear that there's a plan to remediate it. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that it's helped to put Clear Creek on the map in terms of a biking destination.
Well, we appreciate it. And your comment about the social trails and stuff, and we were working from the first event on, we were working with the event organizer, who was somebody hired by Team Evergreen, to make sure that they were trying to control people. What was happening is people were walking up near the trail to watch it, and were cutting across the meadow, and they were supposed to have signs and stuff. And based on what you're saying on what was going on the last day, I think we probably need kind of like the orange fencing that we had that I was showing earlier, where you keep, temporary fencing and stuff that you can put up to keep people from actually really doing it, that having signs isn't sufficient. And that's the kinds, I think there's a lot of lessons. There was one issue that the speakers at one point when they were playing music were pointed the wrong way. And I think there were complaints from Floyd Hill residents. I mean, there are things like that that one wouldn't necessarily think about until you actually do it and experience it. And then you say, oh, okay, so we need to tell people they need to, face the speakers uphill, or, those kinds of things. And similarly on the social moving spectators and controlling them, I think you have to go to sort of a more of an obstacle than just signs that say, don't go there. So it's lots of good lessons for us to learn on how to manage such events.
I'm curious on that event, who were the beneficiaries of the funds? And how is that decided?
It was going to be Floyd Hill Open Space Park, Warren Gulch, which is the trail where the reroute of the trail is on the Forest Service land to keep it off of private land, and the Virginia Canyon Open Space Park. It was a discussion between us and Comba and Team Evergreen of who seemed to be reasonable recipients for money from mountain biking. And it was the idea came, I think, from Team Evergreen's idea of doing something that would provide an opportunity for people to have fun, but would contribute back to the community in which they're having their fun.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just thinking about another event that we just had, which is the Slacker, and we don't know how much it raised, but we know it raised a bunch for like community interests. And I can see how you would want this event to generate funds to expand the sport and do trail maintenance in other areas. But I would love to see that magnificent facility and its power to attract people who want to buy race tickets, bring things directly to the community, whether it's Mount Evans Hospice or, rental relief or whatever it is. As we build on philanthropy in Clear Creek County and get a foundation going, I think that would be excellent.
Okay, that's good input. Thank you.
I think it's good to remember that as I tried to express a little bit ago regarding Peaks to Plains and stuff, that it's not, I just want to be clear that we don't leave the impression that this is outsiders coming to Clear Creek County because they do something that we don't do here. That I want to be clear that we do that too. And, we've been mapping mountain biking and doing stuff like that for about 3 decades in Clear Creek. And although I do agree that it's great as an event like this, and this is a first year thing, that it's great if they choose to do that, to be able to try to create other kinds of community benefit than the building of trails that we get to use in Clear Creek County too, assets that we are able to build for our own population to use. I think the bigger concern is, it sounds to me like the growing pains in this are that what's unique to mountain biking, and particularly downhill mountain biking, is that it is pretty erosive, and it's indicative of what we know about Clear Creek County and all the sports here, because we've seen it with the pirate mountain bike trails, or whether we're talking motorized or even foot traffic on places like Bierstadt, especially where the geology doesn't hold up well, was that we got to be really careful about promoting events without having the recognition of that as part of the permitting process and the whole thing. I mean, like we don't want to have to do really expensive repairs at county expense. We prefer to avoid that, which is just a management and then a remediation. Maybe part of the permit has to be, or part of the agreement is that, that the facility will be remediated to the way it was found or something to that effect. And that we, assess it in advance or something. And I don't know what that looks like. I want to be friendly, and I really like the idea of the event. And I think it's good, and particularly if it helps maintain our infrastructure and even goes further than that, as some of these other events have evolved into. I support it 100%. Growing pains is what it sounds like. A new kind of event that we haven't held as much here, and seeing the result.
Well, we're talking about Floyd Hill. Martha, do you have an update on the status of the connector with Highway 6 with Clear Creek Canyon?
Me with Jefferson County. It's the last thing I knew, Jefferson County did not have it in their next 5-year plan, and you really have to get into their 5-year plans in order to get things done. And I mean, I know you talked to Tom Hobie. I think that my impression is that there is different visions of whether that connector is a positive or a negative within Jefferson County open space.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think what James has done whenever anybody asks about it is tells them to send notices, messages to Jefferson County open space. And I think that if we really want to see it happen, we probably need to keep talking to Tom to see if we can figure out a way to make it happen, because he can essentially trump his staff is what I think it will take to make it happen.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, pretty much the same as it's been over the last couple of years.
Yeah. And you may get, with increasing usage, you may see increasing pressure on them to do something about it, but that's, it's all in their game, it's their territory. So we made an opportunity to connect, and we have to wait for them to do the rest.
Can I ask you something that wasn't in your update, but that I'm curious about? I know a while back, the Open Space Commission had approached us to talk about management of the Jordan House. And I think you had said you wanted to be given management so that you could come up with a strategic plan for what that could do. I think we had said, maybe we want to see the plan. And I'm curious, have you guys jumped into planning what you might do with that property, or?
Yeah, it's a good question. I anticipated it. We actually came to you asking for management of not just the Jordan House, but the game check station and the what we call the PK Jordan properties, which are the properties that are over the tunnel and on the other side, and on the other side of 314 that goes up the hillside. There's about, I'd say there's 80 acres, but it's probably more than that. Our money was used to facilitate that process. The Jordan House is the kind of is the piece that is kind of not usual for open space, and we need to do a site visit, and with COVID and everything, we have not gotten a site visit scheduled. So we have a meeting. Actually, we're meeting tomorrow night to get ready for some things, but our main meeting is next week, and we will schedule a site visit, because there's a number of people on the commission that don't have a good sense of what the building is and what it offers. I think you really have to have a flavor for that before you can come up with ideas. And I do think that what we would hope, whatever the outcome is of what we do with it, having it needs to be something that fits with being at a trailhead and being in part of a, I'm going to call it a public park, but a public area. You don't want to have a private, like a residence there or something. Management within holdings is very problematic. But we will, it has sort of been, it's on the back burner, but we haven't forgotten about it. So it's a good question.
Thank you. And then just a comment, well, maybe a question. You can respond how you would like to. I am a little surprised that the bylaws were changed. I guess I had assumed that something like changing the bylaws of one of our commissions is something that the board would have an opportunity to talk about. I'm not anxious about the changes that you made. They seem reasonable. So I don't know how Sean or Randy feel. I think I might prefer that when we're changing bylaws, the board gets a chance to talk about that.
I would agree with that. And I do have a little bit of a question with combining, I think you said the secretary and the treasurer. Is
Yes.
that right? Because those are generally in any board, the two jobs that have the most work. So taking the two jobs and turning them into one job that now has all the work. I'm not sure how I would feel about wanting to run for that office if I was a member of a volunteer board.
Well, the reality on open space is that I do the meeting summaries, and so the secretary hasn't really had anything to do, and I do the annual report. The treasurer has a lot to do because they have to they have to track the budget and feed it into the county's budget process. So, and as to your question, George, my understanding from the bylaws originally were just passed by open space originally back in 2002 or whatever. So if it's something you would like us to do, to bring things before you, we could do that. It just was not on our radar that was a step to the process.
I think, we're always improving. So one addition to the bylaws could be that whenever you're changing the bylaws, we at least check in with the commission to see who, since we kind of enable it to begin with. So it would be good to know, to run by us for comment, I think, and for have some level of say over it. Again, I had no heartburn over those changes either. But I see Bob Judge has his hand up.
Ah, there we go.
Oh, thank you, Randy.
If you guys wouldn't mind, if I could just jump in on this topic. Yes, yeah, we made changes to the bylaws, but we did not see those as being substantial. We did not change the number of directors. We just kind of made the alternates regular folks. And the combining of the treasurer and secretary positions, like Martha says, she does the summaries for the secretary side. And I've been treasurer of the commission for the last 2 or 3, I think 3 years. And other than working through the budget with Keith and his team in like August, September timeframe, there isn't a whole lot more there. We don't get a lot of feedback from the county as far as financial data reporting monthly. And so we're pretty much just run with our budget for the year. Depending on how active the organization is on certain things, there could be some work, but really that position, those two positions, combining those two positions really, I don't think causes too much anxiety. What we did not do was, I don't believe we kept the vice chair positions, and the chairperson of the commission does do a lot of work. And so we held that in place. So I think overall the commission structured very well and it functioned very well. And I would hope you all would have trust in us that we can make, these decisions that we don't consider substantial, even though, we probably could have informed you of it ahead of time. But I think the commission functions well and is going to function well into the future, and that there should be no need for any anxiety over this.
And I agree with that. I don't think it's a trust issue, Bob. I think it's a process issue.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, less about the personalities and more about just the structure. Just
Right.
having the structure that's good. Peter, I think I saw you had something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that the original bylaws were approved by the board. They should be approved by the board. It's not just an issue of running them by the board. The board adopted those bylaws when it created the commission, and then they were amended and restated. So it absolutely should still come before the board. And you're absolutely right. It's not an issue of trust. It's an issue of process. I wasn't aware that they were changed. They weren't provided to me to review. So I just think that it's a matter of process, that it should always be going to the county attorney and the board.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think for the record, I would say that I'm also agree that the changes you made seem very reasonable, and I don't think there would have been an issue with them. I agree with Sean that generally secretary and treasurer are the two things that people duck under the table when they said whenever a board is asked who wants to be the secretary and who wants to be the treasurer, and it's because they become larger jobs. Although I have been in organizations where, depending on the organization and who within the organization is doing what, I've seen them combined before, because there are cases where together it's not too onerous a job. And it sounds like in this case, because of the way Martha functions, that's, it's a reasonable thing to try at least, and you can always change it back if it doesn't.
One other thing I would add, I know that one of the things we as a county recognize as a weakness internally is our lack of energy and commitment and money and time spent doing strategic planning. And I think the Open Space Commission shares that weakness. And so if we're talking about making any type of structural changes vis-a-vis the bylaws, that's something that I would want to have front and center as well.
And so it sounds to me, based on these comments and particularly Peter's, we might need to have an opportunity to ratify those bylaws.
Right.
And based on the verbal description I got, I don't think I would register any opposition.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Do we need to, since we didn't, I know we also have some rules we're being very careful about not voting on things that weren't on the agenda before we got there. So does that mean we'd like to have that as a matter of due process, have that put on for our next open meeting on the agenda, that we want to approve the bylaw changes, or we want to consider for approval the bylaw changes?
And the other offer I would want to make is, I know I'll give Brian a chance to weigh in if he wants to. Strategic planning and more long range discipline is something that the county is working on. And as much as the Open Space Commission is part of the county, it would be great if we could offer our help if you wanted it along those lines also. And yeah, and we're not picking on you. I mean, I called ourselves out first.
Right. Now, Sean, can you clarify how, I understand the desire for strategic planning, and we've heard that from you before. What I'm unclear on this is, how does it fit into the bylaws per se? Because the bylaws are sort of how we operate.
Well, an observation that I bring up a lot is I can tell how much something is important to a person or organization by seeing how much it appears on their calendar and how much money they're spending on it. And oftentimes in the context of a board, that means there might be some sort of a strategy committee or goals committee or something like that. And that may be something that would be reflected in your bylaws. So that's kind of the connection that I'm making.
Okay. It might make sense, rather than bringing this up at the next time, to actually wait till we have our discussion with you at the end of the month. Because there might be outcomes or better understanding or whatever from the discussions we have with you that might direct us in terms of what we might want to put in the bylaws. So maybe we should put it on the agenda for sometime in August. And maybe even later than that, if we end up deciding to make changes based on our discussions, because then the open space would have to revisit it.
Yeah, personally, I don't think it's an urgent problem, but it's something that's important. So I think we should take the time we need to get it right.
Right. I'm just thinking that when we have both organizations together, it would be an opportunity to discuss the kinds of things we were just talking about. So that would then suggest we put it on the agenda in an August timeframe or September. Thoughts?
If I was, for example, the treasurer on the Open Space Commission, and I knew that changes had been made that meant my job was going away, and that those changes needed to be ratified to change, I might just get it onto a consent agenda. That's what I think I would prefer if I was in that position. I don't think it really matters much. We're talking about a period of a couple months, but.
We're willing to do whatever you folks would want.
Is it okay if we have staff follow up with open space and they can figure this out?
I think so.
Okay. Before, one last thing, if we're assuming we're getting close to wrapping up, we are meeting with you at the end of the month. is there any particular question or issue or item that you want to be sure that we address? Because we do only have, I think it's like 2 hours. And so we'd like to make sure that we maximize our time together and address what you want to have addressed.
I'm curious about, just personally speaking, your long-term financial outlook and whether you want to ask the voters for a change in how you spend your money, and just kind of, like I said, a picture that's maybe a 5 or 10-year view of where open space is going.
And I think this is probably on your mind already, Martha. I think it would be good to talk about how open space could engage in a strategic planning process, whether that means bringing in a consultant or whether that means trying to tie that into the recreation planning process that we have going on. I can see ways that that would and would not be a good idea. So maybe we could have a conversation around that. Maybe it makes sense to think about the status of the trails crew and the, you know, who they report to, which lands they're working on, which budget is taking care of them.
Well, that made, I could take that into a larger question, Fred, that I think encompasses that, which is, what is the relationship between the rec department and open space? And that affects both budgets, tasks, all sorts of things.
Yeah, and like just in general, how we go from a fractured system to a cohesive one.
Well, I think it's not like we've been operating in a fractured manner. It's that we've created some new efforts that have matured to the extent that now we see these pieces that have to be put together. I mean, not open space, not the rec district, not anybody who's going to be in charge of, you know, deciding recreation for Clear Creek County. So we kind of started a new central theme that's kind of evolved in over 2 or 3 iterations, I think now, and it's evolved to the point, matured to the point that it's taken actions that relate to open space. And I totally agree with George that they need to be pulled together. They've kind of, without intent, I think, accidentally involved into silos just a little bit.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Martha, since we have just a couple minutes here, will you do me a favor? Will you throw up that slide that has your mission statement?
Sure. Hang on, I'm gonna go up fastest way to get it. Hang on. Not the most efficient, but it'll get us there. There you go.
Okay. Is this the one that have we had this one the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean
Yes.
that as a critique. A lot of
No,
missions-
this was in the original open space policies or plan, whatever was originally done when it's in the resolution, I think, that creates the commission.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know that I had taken the time to read every word in it, so. And that's all from me.
Okay.
I have, and I actually like the mission statement because it acknowledges the reality of a lot of the same things we're working on with recreation planning, while putting the resource that makes outdoor recreation here such a nice thing at the top of the quality of maintaining the health and quality of the resource at the top of the list. I like the way it starts there.
Yeah. Okay, well, I suspect we are done. I know we still have some time, so don't let me, if anybody has a burning comment, make it now, or we can go and break till 11.
I can easily fill up a coffee cup.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then, thank you, Martha, for coming, and everybody on the Open Space Commission for the great work you do. Next thing on the agenda is county manager updates at 11 o'clock. We'll see you then.
Okay.
Okay, it is 11 o'clock. And I think I recall that we do not have any content for the manager's update. Is that correct, Brian?
That's correct.
We're going to try to utilize this time for executive session.
Yes.
Okay, therefore I move the, go ahead, Randy.
No, never did it. So I'm sorry, I missed that first part. Did you say that Brian didn't really have a manager's update for us this morning? Is that correct? Okay, I'm fine.
Excellent. Then I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24-64024A for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in property located at or near 445 West Dumont Road.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And do we have, while I jump back there really quickly, do we have a,
Yes, you have a link.
okay, thank you. I just hadn't been back on my email for a second.
So the board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. The next thing on our public agenda is 11:30 update from the abandoned mine restoration project with Trout Unlimited. We'll see you then.
I'm still waiting for her to jump on, so bear with me. I know she's coming through an airport.
Oh, and here we rushed ourselves over here.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. While we are waiting for our presenter, should we talk about, do we have additional topics for executive session, or had we completed that topic that we were talking about?
I think we should talk a little more, and whether that's public or executive session, I'll leave it to Peter to figure out. You know, I think probably we need a little more executive session and then maybe some public discussion, but that's just a wild guess. And I just have pressed off my 12 o'clock phone call to 12:15 based on stuff. So I just need like about 15 minutes somewhere during that lunch break.
She's here. I am trying to cross her over. It is giving me a hard time. Oh, wait, maybe we got her. There she comes. Okay.
And George, in answer to your question, it's completely what the board would like and when the board would like it.
Okay, we can take that up and see if we can find some more time today as we move forward. For now, I see that our presenter is here for an update on the abandoned mine restoration project with Trout Unlimited. Lauren Duncan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. Our flight was significantly delayed coming home from 4th of July, so I'm playing major catch up, and I appreciate your patience here. Let's see. I am on my phone for the audio, and I'm trying to get on my computer for the visual. Let's see. I think. Let's see, Beth, do you mind making me a presenter on the computer if you can?
You are good. You should be able to share screen.
Okay. Let's see. I see raise hand and Q&A so far.
Hold on, so let me see. I'm going to try and get you over here again. It still shows you.
There we go. Okay, join as panelist. Just thinking on it. Okay, wonderful. Let's see, can you hear me all okay?
Yes.
Can.
Okay, skip share screen, presentation and share. Okay.
We got it.
Okay, great. Great. Well, like I said, thank you so much for your patience. My name is Lauren Duncan. I work for Trout Unlimited as an abandoned mine lands restoration project manager. I wanted to give you an update on what we did last year within the Clear Creek watershed and what we are planning to do this coming year and in the following after that. Quick background on our organization and kind of why we do what we do and what we're doing here. We are a national nonprofit. Our mission is the protection and restoration of cold water fisheries. And as part of that, of course, we want to focus on water quality related issues. And here in the West, of course, that means abandoned mines. So we focus on watersheds and sites that exceed state water quality standards. We're funded through grant opportunities, as well as state funding. And then we also work with our mining partners of Freeport-McMoRan, Newmont Mining, and the Tiffany & Co. Foundation. In the Clear Creek watershed, we do quite a bit of work with the U.S. Forest Service, funded by them, as well as the Bureau of Land Management. And we work as part of a mixed ownership group across Colorado that puts us in direct partnership with federal agencies, state agencies, other nonprofit groups like ours, and then smaller, more local watershed groups as well. We like to bring that nonprofit perspective and encourage and facilitate communication, as well as sources of funding to all of our projects. Because we are that nonprofit, sometimes it's a lot easier for local landowners or groups to speak with us as opposed to somebody like the EPA or even the Forest Service, hopefully facilitating that partnership and communication. And then we do have a lot of expertise that we bring to our projects as well. We really try to be start to finish engaged with each project. And we do have the technical and engineering background as well to promote those projects being completed. So when I say that we do everything start to finish, these are the components that we are a part of, if not leading on every site. It starts with site characterization, through funding, land use and historical review, especially at some of the projects that we've worked on. And in Clear Creek, we've really been focusing on that historical preservation component. We do work through liability, CERCLA, NEPA, along with our federal partners. We do a lot of our own design and then supervise the outsourced design whenever we need to do that. And then of course, public involvement, a lot of engagement there. And we do oversee all of our own construction. So we're out in the field every day with the teams, making sure that what's built matches what's on paper, or conversely, what's in the field makes more sense than what's on paper. And then of course, all the follow-up communications and reporting associated with these. So a couple notable accomplishments across 2020. Despite the pandemic, it was really one of our most busy years. We put $1.3 million in just construction funding in the ground. And my team consists of myself, my boss, Jason Willis, outside of Salida, and our partner, Tanner Banks, out in Montrose. So for 3 folks, 9 projects with 1.3 in construction dollars, we were pretty happy with that. As I said, Tanner's down in the southwest portion of the state, so we've got some more capacity in that area. And then we really did keep up a lot of our virtual communications as well, including really expanding that role in CERCLA-related discussions with agency partners in order to facilitate future projects and more opportunities. So here in Clear Creek, here's a little bit of a list of what we're working on. I would hate to say that this is comprehensive, but with the Forest Service and EPA, we've been working on the Waldorf mine restoration for the last several of years, and now we're moving into more of a O&M phase of that. We will be completing restoration at the Snowden mine up in the headwaters of North Clear Creek this year. Also working with landowners and agencies at Gilson Gulch above Idaho Springs, Grizzly Gulch outside of Bakerville, and Lion Creek outside of Empire. We do have ongoing projects within Chase and Russell Gulches, which drain to North Clear Creek. We've been working with the town of Gilpin at Snowline Lake, which also drains to that North Clear Creek area, and building more partnerships as well. We continue a lot of our local partnerships, and then have continued just our outreach efforts towards new educational groups as well. So pretty excited about that. I'm going to touch on our major project over the last couple of years here. It's a lot of kind of technical background on this project, so please interrupt with any questions or thoughts you have on this. But we've been working with the Forest Service at the Waldorf mine here, about 3 years of planning for just the Waldorf project and about 7.5 of work and collaboration in this whole upper Leavenworth area as well. As I mentioned, this is a headwater stream that flows to South Clear Creek. It is the drinking water source for the town of Georgetown, and also quite a few of downstream communities like the city of Golden who have water rights on Leavenworth Creek. So we've been working on this area for quite a while, starting with USGS sampling that occurred in 2011, 2012, and now bringing it full circle to restoration last year and then this coming year as well. Of course, this large tailings mass at Waldorf is what we've been really focused on. Multiple studies and groundwater analyses in these areas highlighted that these tailings are a major source of water quality impacts. We see a lot of upwelling at the toe of the pile, saw a lot of mingling of the adit flows as they wrap around the side of the tailings there. And then of course that just drains right into Leavenworth. So our restoration at Waldorf included a lot of expansion of what's already there and an improvement on the drainage system. what we constructed were a series of 4 wetland ponds and a 5th kind of polishing pond below. And those were expansions of the current wetland system that's already there, but these were designed with sort of resiliency and sustainability in mind. They are overbuilt by about 50 years is what we've estimated, with the hope being that they require very minimal maintenance and really become a self-sustaining system. So we installed these 4 wetland ponds. We built a series of run-on, run-off ditches in order to encourage water to move away from the tailings as fast as possible and into the system that we built rather than just flowing over the tailings. We also did a lot of revegetation, a lot of erosion control, including a spray-on erosion control product on the site. The Waldorf is mixed ownership, so we could use federal funds on federal lands, but there was no funding for private lands. So we kind of took this hybrid approach of doing a lot of work around the mine on Forest Service lands, but because we couldn't really work on those private lands, we just tried to mitigate their impacts further downstream by this work. And then, of course, the Waldorf is also a historic site and part of the historic landscape of that Leavenworth Basin. So trying to respect that was one of the major design considerations here. We could not move this tailings pile or alter it in any way. So the spray-on erosion control became how we suppressed a lot of the sort of dust dispersion of these tailings, but encouraged all of that to stay in place, and it looks it's completely see-through, so it looks the same way as it did before. And then, of course, a major problem at Waldorf was a lot of folks driving up and down the pile and kind of degrading what did remain. So we put in about 1,500 feet of buck and rail fencing that still allows visitors to drive to the site and park around it and on top of it, but does not allow folks to drive up and down it. So we're hoping that that really helps the sustainability of the site down the road.
Hey, Lauren, this is Sean. Quick question. What is the actual material that you sprayed on there, and how long does it last?
It's called soil cement, spelled with an S, and it is kind of a vinyl, like an environmentally friendly vinyl spray. It lasts 5 years is what they're guesstimating, as long as it is sort of not abused, but it's extremely affordable. I bought about 1,000 gallons for $200, and it can be reapplied with a backpack sprayer. So it's pretty accessible. It's obviously very environmentally and human health safe. So I hope that it's an easy maintenance task down the road.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So, oh, go ahead.
That sounds very similar to the product we use on our dirt roads.
Sure. Yeah. I got it from some mining partners who use it on their tailings repositories to just keep dust down. But there are similar products for haul roads or for, like you said, dirt access. Yeah. So just a couple of photos of construction here. On the left, you'll see our lowest polishing pond, and you see a rock-lined entryway for that, but then really trying to blend into the native landscape and use a lot of vegetation that was already on site. And then one of the important add-ons that we needed to do for this project was the replacement of the culvert at the Waldorf or Wilcox tunnel outlet. The existing culvert was about a foot-ish in diameter and had been really concreted in with all of the material coming out of the added water. So we replaced that with a 3.5 foot wide culvert, and it's plastic H2PE culvert, so it really shouldn't break down or allow sort of that metal substrate to adhere to it over time. So again, we're looking at better resiliency, less maintenance down the road. And then these are intentionally very oversized. So should the Waldorf ever blow out like it has in the past, we're hoping that we can capture a lot of the flow coming out of there as opposed to allowing it to run off the tailings. Here's a picture of them applying that soil cement. It is incredibly sticky. That's the one thing. It does its job very well and very quickly. So you want to apply it like these guys did in painter suits. Otherwise, it will stick to you and it will stick to your equipment and everything else. But again, goes on like Elmer's glue, white, like you can see it here, and then will dry clear within a day. And here's a finished aerial of our site after the work last year. You can see those 4 wetland ponds constructed just below the tailings mass here. Our areas of revegetation, all of the run-on, run-off ditches that are intended to capture that flow as soon as it possibly can. And then the final drainage down to our polishing pond here. And there is another drainage, rockline drainage that runs below this last pond as well, all the way out to another wetland system. So there are multiple kind of layers of wetlands that the water will move through, multiple opportunities for it to absorb to native soil and drop out those metals before it hits Leavenworth Creek. So we're hoping to see an improvement of water quality, certainly, but also an expansion of that existing habitat, existing wetland system here. And then a little bit more about what's going on below the Waldorf. So we had worked with the Forest Service several
Hey, Lauren,
years.
can
Yes.
sorry, before you switch gears,
Yeah.
first off, I wasn't really aware of all the good work that you were doing on our behalf. So I just wanted to say thanks for you and your colleagues, because it seems like you're doing some great work up there. How do you actually kind of quantify the results? Are you measuring metals in the water as it enters into our into the creek, or like how do you kind of determine whether the mitigations that you did performed the job that you hoped they would?
Sure. So one way that we do that is through loading reduction. Your metals load is your concentration of metals times your flow. So we measure in multiple locations, one being kind of the inlet to this very top pond, another is the outlet, another is the outlet below that final pond. And yes, we're looking for a reduction in metals concentration throughout the year. And there will be a pretty considerable amount of post-project monitoring this year and then into next year as well. And we'll be looking at, like I said, metals, but we'll also be looking at sort of the benthic community within Leavenworth Creek, up in the kind of the convergence point of this whole drainage system and the natural stream channel. And those benthics actually do a great job. Those are the little bugs that live on the bottom of the river, but they give you a good long-term picture of your water quality because they're so sensitive to metals that you'll see a species distribution based on those bugs that can survive within your water quality conditions and those that cannot. So if we see nice diversity, we see those species that are more sensitive to metals, then we know that we're really improving that long-term habitat for them and for the kind of surrounding ecosystem. So that's one metric. The metals are another metric. Another thing we're going to look at too at this site, because it has such high recreation use, is sort of a sustainable recreation use of the site. And I know that that's much harder to quantify, but I think it's fair to qualify for this and kind of similar sites. So we want to see people using the site. We want to see them on it. Like I said, they're still parking below it here and then on top of the pile as well. So we want to make sure that they're using it well, but that our fencing that we installed, which isn't shown in this photo, but is on site, is maintained, and we don't see people kind of mucking through the wetlands any longer. We don't see up and down the sides of the piles. So those are sort of the quantifiable and qualifiable ways that we measure that performance.
Okay, and I think this will be my last question, but which metals are we talking about? And are there other contaminants like arsenic or other unnatural pollutants that are entering into our watershed that these mitigation efforts would have a beneficial effect on?
Mm-hmm. Well, primarily metals. Leavenworth Creek is impaired for copper. So if we can see a reduction in copper, that's definitely one we'll be looking at. Zinc and cadmium and iron as well. Of course, any of these sites are going to have high iron, but if we can see an improvement in the pH from acidic conditions to more neutral conditions, that should also improve the metals that are being dissolved into the system. So we should see an improvement in pH, reduction in metals, specifically cadmium, copper, lead, and zinc. And then, hopefully we'll see an improvement downstream as well in terms of the copper concentrations throughout the system.
Okay, perfect. Thanks again.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. That's the hope. Okay. Any other questions on this one? Okay. So just kind of giving you a holistic picture of what we've been up to in this upper watershed. This was the conditions below the Waldorf in about 2017, 2018. We had about 3 to 4 acres of acid generating tailings below the site. These had been kind of sluiced down from the Waldorf, and then they were hitting Leavenworth Creek, which is shown on the right side of the photo here, and these lower ponds also below the site. So this was all about waist deep of very, very wet tailings. And over the past several years, we've gone in and done a lot of restoration on those tailings. And I think this is one of our better before and after conditions photos. We really focused on drainage controls in this area, trying to dry some of that out and at least make it so that we could work in the area. But we also did a lot of amendment of these soils. We brought in a lot of crushed limestone in order to raise the pH of them because they were about 2 or 3 super acidic conditions. And now they're up at like 6, 7, 8. So you can see the vegetation that's taking in these areas where it could not before. We did do some excavation of these tailings, put it in the high and dry repository in one area, really built a lot of organic matter into this new soil on site. And then you can see that vegetation taken off where it was really struggling before. And again, you asked about metrics on how we're saying we did a good job. There is now a reproducing boreal toad population immediately downstream of this photo on the right. And that's an endangered species for us in Colorado. So if we can see those populations go from non-existent pre-construction to now reproducing and sustainable, and that's a major one for us to say we've improved that habitat and community on site. And I think that's my last slide on Leavenworth. So if there were any other questions on this paragraph before I move into the next one. Okay. One project that we worked with the USGS over the last year was a monitoring project throughout the North Empire Creek area. This really was just a water quality study, but I think it really helped continue the interest in this area, continue the funding opportunities for restoration down the road in this area. And it also really helped us develop some affordable, accessible monitoring technology that I think is incredibly transferable between our industries. So I'm excited about that. But what we did identify here was that the seeps that were noted in past construction in this area were not the major issue of water quality. Instead, we're still seeing exposed waste rock along a lot of the North Empire Mining District that I think we can go back and address in the coming years should we find funding for that opportunity. I think that would be the major help in this. And then some current projects. I know I'm moving quickly through these, so please interrupt, but I know your time is precious and I don't want to take up too much of it. Currently, we are working with the Forest Service again to work at the Snowden mine that I mentioned was in the headwaters of North Clear Creek. Very, very similar conditions to Waldorf, actually. Really nice wetland above and below the site. OHV being a major issue where we've got folks running up and down a very, very steep pile. And again, it's the water quality impacts we see from so the erosion on site as well as the pyritic exposed rock on site that we're going to try to address. Over this year and hope next as well, we will be closing OHV access to the site, really focusing on erosion protection and reduction, run-on, run-off controls on site. And then Forest has asked us to revegetate this whole pile so that it also blends in with its surrounding forest ecosystem. Going to be tough. The pH on these tailings is, again, incredibly low. We're looking at 1.7, I believe. And that's going to take some work. So we'll be working on revegetation, I imagine, for the next couple of years here. And then one that's not directly related to a single mine restoration, but I thought would be an interesting project for you guys, is in Russell Gulch here. Russell Gulch then drains down to Main Stem, Clear Creek, just below Blackhawk up here. This one has been sort of a community-based education program that we've been taking on with CDPHE. We received some phone calls last year from very concerned residents in Russell Gulch saying, I think there's something wrong with our drinking water. And in this area, most folks are on well, as Gilpin County regulations outside of Clear Creek, outside of Central City and Black Hawk do not require and in fact encourage the use of wells instead of public water. So folks were seeing some elevated metals within their well water, and then they were also seeing incredibly high radon levels within their homes. You know, if the state cutoff is 4 picocuries for radon in your home, these guys were seeing 96 and 101. I mean, just incredibly high numbers. So we've been working with them to review the results of their radon testing, as well as the results of their well water and drinking water testing, and providing them information on what they can do and what they need to do in terms of mitigation in their own health and safety in their homes. That's kind of an ongoing project with CDPHE. We've just made ourselves accessible to them and are willing and ready to answer questions or do any sampling they might need, or any support they might need there. But just an interesting project I figured y'all would want to know a little bit more about.
It is interesting. And I see, for the first time, I see the word radon appear in these presentations. Does radon have anything to do with your work?
Not from a water quality perspective. You can see radon in drinking water every once in a while, but I think you have to have incredibly high concentrations, like the thousands. These were more like radon levels within homes. So people were putting in those monitoring devices in their basements, and they were picking up very, very high concentrations of radon when really they should be incredibly low. So in some of these areas, especially Russell, there are old uranium mines, and that's where we see the radons influenced by. And so that's what we've been helping them with, and sort of some mitigation, or at least resources for them in terms of financial resources, in terms of educational resources, and then construction as well, just to help them understand their results, do something about it financially, but then also hire a qualified contractor to help them do that in their homes. So a little bit of everything there.
Thank you.
Yeah. And another mine that we're working on with the Forest Service is up in Grizzly Gulch, or Grizzly Creek, just outside of Bakerville. This one, I haven't seen any zombies myself, but who knows? This one actually has really, really interesting history and a lot of structures still on site. The Grizzly had its own mining camp on site. So there are a lot of buildings that we're going to work with the Forest Service archaeologists to either preserve, or if they can't be preserved, sort of mitigate the hazards associated with them, and then build in an educational and interpretive program so that site visitors can still go to this area, learn about what was there, understand that culture and community that existed, but not fall in a hole or injure themselves on the remains of some of these buildings. We'll also be doing some regular restoration for us, really focusing on copper concentrations. And with any luck, by doing some of this copper concentration reduction, some of the mitigations of erosion, this adit does drain pretty continuously, so getting that under control as well, we might see some better benthic communities in this area that has historically been impacted for benthics. Again, also kind of a mixed ownership site here, so trying to be respectful of some of the private property on the site and surrounding this site, but it is on your way up to Grazing Tories trailheads. So if there are public on site, trying to help them use it responsibly and safely. And then another area we've been working with a private landowner is in Gilson Gulch. Here's a photo of some of those tailings up top. For reference, this pine tree is about 100 feet tall. So these are incredibly large piles up top here. A lot of erosion concerns and groundwater concerns because they are so large. We did see a lot of metals exceedances, went up and sampled with the EPA, and specifically they were looking at lead concentrations that were really way beyond any sort of site use standards. And again, erosion and stability being a main concern here, especially with Clear Creek right below the site. So we're going to work with EPA on this site, developing a site plan, developing an erosion control plan, and making sure that it's one that works for the private landowner for him to continue to use his land, but make sure that it's considerably safer and has fewer downstream impacts as well. I believe that was all. Don't know how I'm doing on time, but I'm sure I spoke quite a bit. So please let me know if there were any other questions or comments or anything you wanted me to go back to.
Okay, thank you. Sean, Randy?
I guess I have one general question. And again, I'm really impressed by the work that your team is doing. I mean, do you have like a career's worth of work here in Clear Creek County, or like kind of how are your current efforts starting to chip away at our long-term environmental problems?
Yeah, yes. Can that be the answer to both of those questions? Let's see, there is quite a bit of work to do, but I think what we've been focusing on are those sites that are most directly impacting water quality and recreation, especially as the state grows and we see more and more folks in areas where they weren't before, trying to mitigate some of those hazards associated with recreation. And when we can also couple that with some of the ongoing concerns in the area with forest health or sort of watershed restoration and those needs, we definitely want to focus on those where we can couple some of the impacts. To say that we're almost done, I don't know. I don't think so. But I do know that we'd really like to continue, especially our conversations with private landowners, as so many of these sites are on private land, and trying to meet folks in the middle. You know, I absolutely respect their private lands and their needs to continue to use that land or pass it down or just kind of enjoy it as a green space. While also, like I said, in Gilson, kind of mitigating the concerns that we see on site and making sure we're not seeing off-site impacts from that private land. So I think there's still good work to do. And I think there are plenty of opportunities to do it. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your flexibility today. And thank you for your help, Beth, getting everything to put together. Hopefully I will talk with you soon. And I know Beth's got my contact information, or I'll send it on as well.
Lauren, I apologize. I do have a question for you about Good Samaritan legislation. I know that that's crucial to your work, is figuring out how to limit the liability of Good Samaritans trying to do work in this arena.
Sure.
Can you give me an update on that effort, and how have things gone? I know that the landscape has changed a lot since the Gold King mine spill in 2015. I know we lost our watershed association in Clear Creek.
Mm-hmm.
How has, just any words from you on that situation and that dynamic about liability management with these sites?
I think it's an ongoing conversation, of course. When you ask specifically about Good Samaritan legislation, what we've done most recently is similar to what Ty and I did, gosh, what, a year or 2 years ago now, where we came out and we presented to Clear Creek County and asked for a letter of support. And you all provided that, and that is something that we've passed on to, right now we're actually trying to work with Hickenlooper and try to get his support at that level. So trying to really focus on federal legislation supported by multiple counties across Colorado and across the West has been really our focus. Every day I feel like I hear positive things about that effort and that Good Sam is on its way and making moves. And I also hear similar frustrations of, well, we thought we had a bill and we haven't seen it get signed yet, or we thought we had this fella on and that didn't work out so well. So I do believe it's an ongoing kind of ups and downs, but the fight continues and the effort continues. In terms of liability, though, on a day-to-day level, I'm not sure that that's hindering our efforts right now. I think what Good Samaritan would do is expand our opportunities to work, particularly on draining mines and be another resource besides the EPA. On non-point source sites, like the ones I presented on today, where we see more issues related to mine waste rock or interactions of groundwater, surface water over large areas associated with mines, we can still do that work. And there are still good opportunities for us to do that. What, you know, the EPA this year, and maybe because of the changing administration, has really shown up with a lot more funding. So that's been an interesting conversation with them in sites where they usually just said, well, you know, we'll help and we'll supervise, but you guys figure out the dollars. Instead, this year, they're coming with money and saying, how can we help? How can we do this restoration? How can we gain your support to get something done on the ground? So that's been really encouraging. And then kind of similarly, as I mentioned, private landowners, you know, that conversation continues, and we still have good tools, either comfort letters or administrative order on consent. We can still work with both of those tools to work on private lands, and we work through CERCLA on federal lands. So there are still good tools, and I think we'd love to see an expansion of those AOCs, to see those more frequently used. That's a little bit more protection for groups like ours rather than a comfort letter. But if a comfort letter is all that's needed and we can get work done, let's do it. You know? So there's still good tools. I think the Good Samaritan conversation continues. And the last I heard, we were still looking for letters of support. And I know Clear Creek already provided one, so I already thank you in advance from the past. So, yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the update on the Good Samaritan legislation. I know at some point getting that passed will help our efforts. And just a little bit of commentary from me on the project in general. Grew up in Idaho Springs in the early 90s before that Superfund site at the Argo. So I know what the impacts of this mine water, of this activity that happened 150 years ago are on our lives today. And I'm always struck by the need for that this creates in my mind for us to make solid environmental decisions today, so that people 150 years from now aren't spending dollars cleaning up for the things that we didn't consider or evaluate.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I appreciate that perspective. And I'll ask Ty Churchwell, who really leads up our Good Samaritan efforts, up to you to give you a quick email update and just give you more of a solid picture on who's supporting what and where those efforts are as well.
Yeah, I need to be pretty brief here because I didn't know we do need to move on. There are 2 or 3 things that popped out to me. Of course, George's concern about the and Sean's addressed it a different way when he asked if this was a lifetime project, and I think it's beyond that. And what that brings to mind is how it impacts a number of other things that we work on. One example, and so there's just 2 areas I'd like to just bring up quickly and understand how they're being addressed. One is the historical aspect, where you look at the history of the area when considering these cleanups and establishing priorities. And what history is, of course, is, you know, in the eye of the beholder sometimes. And I know that our mining history is what has led to the need for these cleanups. At the same time, I know that when you look at areas like Rawlinsville and some of that area up around there are historical artifacts that precede mining, you know, 59. And so they take those into account also when they're looking at both mining reclamation as well as road stuff. Is that something that we've looked into in Clear Creek County? So that's question number 1. And secondly, how does the, because a lot of the mining and the milling and the work that we did was along the valley bottom, easiest to get to areas. That's where a lot of the stuff ended up that came out of the mines, either due to runoff, erosion, and just stuff working its way downhill, or due to where we located our mill work and so forth. How does that impact our future large-scale transportation projects? So I asked you 2 really big questions that sound like they will need to be answered in our next meeting.
Well, I can take a stab at it if I've got time. Let's see. So the first is the easier one, the historical components. Yes, is the answer. We absolutely take that into consideration. So one example is at the Waldorf mine where we didn't move tailings. Part of not moving those tailings was because of the visual impact of them once you come up into that area. That area has been identified as an historic landscape. And so the intention is to keep the site looking the way that it does, so that once site visitors come up there, they see the tailings, it tells their own story and really connects people immediately with where they are and what that history was. And similarly, a lot of our work at Waldorf preserved the historic Argentine Central Railroad track that ran right through those wetlands where we were working. But the track remains, and the line where it ran remains exactly intact as it was. And we worked really, really closely with both Historic Georgetown, the kind of the landowners there, who I'm sure you all know, and the Forest Service archaeologists to really identify those sites. Waldorf required a level of archaeological review that the forest had not done before. So they actually went out there and mapped and surveyed at a centimeter, so that they have a full understanding of those site artifacts, kind of the identification of those. At a site like the Grizzly, where we might not be able to save as much of that site, we'll really lean more on interpretation and education opportunities. So we'll put in signage, we'll put in a replica building, we'll put in some of these more like out of the box ideas that try to engage site visitors with where they are, what that history is, and why it matters. And again, try to promote respect of those areas so that people treat that kindly, but understand why it is important to Colorado's history and the county's history. So every part of our site review, whether it's through CERCLA and the federal agencies, or whether it's on private land and under EPA's supervision, will always have a historical review component. That is always part of everything we do, and typically find considerations.
Well, thank you. And I was asking specifically with regard to indigenous culture as well as the mining era culture and so forth. So
yeah. And then
as far as the highway thing, I think that might be just too large of a discussion for today. What do you think?
I think I'd love to dive into it later, but I agree with you. It's a hard question. Yeah, let's keep the door open and keep communicating on that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you again for your time. I will look forward to keeping in touch, and we'll talk soon. Take care, everyone.
Thank you, Lauren, for coming out and for all the great work you're doing in your organization. So it is 12:30. We have a noon lunch break and a 1 o'clock with CDOT. And Randy, I think you have a phone call to make. We're going to go ahead and take our lunch break, right?
Yeah, thanks. I prefer that. I know I guess we're kind of stuck with that next executive session after the CDOT update, I guess, if we have time. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
So we will go on break here. We will be back at 1 o'clock for a quarterly update with CDOT. I'm now unmuted. It is 1 o'clock. So next thing on our agenda is the CDOT quarterly update. And we're just going to give it just a moment for the whole team to get here before we start.
Does that make the whole team?
I hope so. Okay, I see that we have Jeff Hampton, Paul Desitis with CDOT. Oh, actually, I see we have quite a number of folks. Maybe you want to just introduce yourselves real quick.
Yeah, good afternoon, Paul Desitis. I'm CDOT's Region 1 Director, and good afternoon.
I'm Jeff Hampton. I'm a PE and CDOT West program.
Hi, Vanessa Henderson, CDOT. I manage the environmental unit for CDOT Region 1.
Jeff Tacknorse, Maintenance and Operations Superintendent.
I'm Brent Spahn. I'm the Deputy Director of Maintenance.
Okay, and I saw Danny come off mute for a moment there. Let me try again. Well, Danny, welcome as well. I assume you're on the CDOT team. Thanks for joining us. Whoever is taking this, the floor is yours. Oh, I should introduce, I'm sorry. We have a new county manager. Brian Bossart is our new county manager. You all may have met him. It's only been a couple weeks. Brian, do you have any words?
Just welcome, and we know we have not yet met. So I look forward to the update, to the conversation, and thank you.
Okay, excellent. Well, why don't we get started with whoever you have kicking us off.
Awesome. Thanks, Commissioner Marlin. So I think this one's mine. I apologize in advance. I'm coming back today after a couple weeks off and found this in my inbox. So I'll try to keep it as painless as possible. Hopefully you guys can see this in just a second. Let's see here. I want to share that one. All right, so hopefully you're looking at a slideshow now. All right, so real quick, just kind of what we have going on as far as project updates and where things are at. Starting with the westbound peak period shoulder lane project. So we're kind of in the closeout stages now as far as where things are. There's still a little bit of work happening, finishing up some concrete barrier, the sound wall at 239. And then I know you guys have probably seen the rock mesh going in. That's not part of this contract, but something we're still keeping an eye on in that 236 area. And then as far as the nighttime work that's been taking place, we do have everything paved out. The center median barrier is done. And now we're looking at a lot of the punch list work, finishing the work that has to happen on the signs and tolling equipment. The burn-in is started on all of that stuff. So again, we're winding that one down as much as we possibly can, as quickly as we can. Hopeful that we're going to be looking at some kind of operations here within about the next month or two, as far as turning those signs on and hopefully getting some cars in those lanes. The tolling infrastructure and some of that stuff and the process and the integration, that's going to start in the middle of this month. So next week is when those crews are scheduled to be out here. And that's when they'll start actually testing that tolling equipment and making sure that, you know, the readers are working the way they're supposed to, the cameras and everything. And hopefully we'll be looking to go live with tolling late summer, early fall. So not a whole lot else to report on that other than it's just, you know, it's little things here and there that we're trying to keep pressing forward on and keep that one as off the radar as much as possible.
Hey, Jeff.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you intending to keep us on the agenda slide, or are we supposed to be advancing slides?
We should be on the agenda slide. Actually, you're right. I do have this stuff over here. See, I should have looked at this more in depth. So I'll come back to that. So the rest of the agenda is I'll then talk about Floyd Hill and a few of the other project updates. Thanks, Amy. And then Jeff will come on, Jeff Tachtenhorst. He's got a couple updates as far as maintenance goes, and then we'll do questions and discussion. So thank you. I apologize for that. So here's the slide for westbound peak period. Like I said, we've been working on punch lists and kind of starting to wind things down. Overhead sign testing is in process. As you guys can see here, that's that new sound wall construction taking place. And I believe we've been forming barrier today to start getting that area back into final configuration, get everything wrapped up. And I've covered these things, the permanent concrete barrier and metal beam guardrail, and then the exit 239 sound wall. So moving right along there, the next slide is the update on Floyd Hill. So I know that's kind of the next big one that everybody's interested in. We're at 20% design complete. The EA is being finalized, and I should have looked at this one a little bit closer because obviously we're past that spring. Vanessa, can you jump in here real quick? When are we planning on going public with that?
I'm hoping that beginning of August it'll be out.
Awesome. So we can update that slide to say August 2021 anticipated release. And moving down here, the Transportation Commission, they did approve our delivery method of CMGC. So that's been signed and we're pressing forward with those. Which that next bullet is the RFPs. We're putting the drafts together for management to start looking at this week. So the draft for the design and the CMGC is going to be in management hands here pretty quick. We'll follow those up obviously with the ICE and the owner verification portions. But look for those to be released, the design and CMGC by end of the month, early August. So with that Transportation Commission blessing, we're going to move this process forward and start getting that designer and contractor on board. And then the plan to deliver the early action projects. So what we're doing is, I think everybody's aware, we have those 3 early action projects that are split out right now. The wildlife crossing in Empire, the wildlife crossing at Genesee, and then the roundabouts and micro transit parking areas at Homestead and County Road 65. So we're looking at putting those out. We're working on what that process is going to be and how we get it will be independent designers and contractors for each of those projects. And we're working through what that proposal process is going to look like and basically the quickest way to get those out and get those in design this year and to construction as early as next spring. So we're going to be pushing on those to get that one going and get all 3 of those projects headed out. So those are going to be in Kevin Brown's hands for those of you that are curious. So he'll be handling design and construction procurement for all 3 of those as the RE out of West program. And then obviously, Mike Kellerman will still have oversight on all that. And I'll be helping out in some way, shape, or form, I'm sure, answering any Kevin's questions and helping kind of get through that process. So quick update there. And the miscellaneous projects and stuff that we have going on elsewhere. The Clear Creek Greenway, that went out to bid, and the apparent low bidder right now is ACC. So we're working through the contracting process there. I believe that bid was middle last month. So probably about another month or so for the contracting process, and they'll be looking to get started here about a month. It's usually about a 30-day process getting to NTP. So hopefully they'll be ready to get going early to mid-August. County Road 314, that was advertised as of July 1st, so last Thursday. So we'll have bids on that in a couple of weeks. Let's see here, the I-70 Georgetown to Empire, that project is ongoing. I know they've been doing a lot of their barrier work first, and they should be starting paving operations, I believe, in the next couple of weeks. So they'll start their mill and fill process both directions. I'm not sure which direction they're starting first, but I think their intent is to just loop. So they'll finish one direction and then flip around and go the other way. EJMT, the 50 million of possible projects coming. We've been asked by CDOT management to develop a list of the projects that total 50 million that can be delivered quickly in 1 to 2 years. So I know the Neil Retzer, the RE for that, is taking a look at what projects he thinks he can get in and get done in that time frame. That one, hopefully that'll get out here pretty quick. I'm not sure what the timeline is on what's happening behind the scenes there, but with that SB 260 money coming available, that's going to be the big push, is to spend some of that up there as well. Bakerville to EJMT climbing lane. So that one is on 6/29. So just last week, CDOT presented to the Freight Advisory Council and asked for 1.5 million in help to get the final design done there. So trying to push that one through and get that one through the design phase and into construction. US 6 tunnel lighting, that project is ongoing in tunnels 5 and 6. I know that, let's see here, Clear Creek County asked if we could move back the nighttime closures. So instead of starting at 4 p.m., starting those at 7 p.m. to account for the rafting traffic and everything happening through there. So I think that's been done. Just letting you guys know that we were listening. So I remember having that conversation with Amy. And then US 6 paving from State Highway 58 to State Highway 119. That project is getting ready to start. They anticipate getting going on July 19th. So a couple weeks yet. I believe that was 2 weeks from yesterday. They plan on getting started out there. So obviously a lot of stuff happening on this side of the tunnel still, outside of the two biggies that we're wrapping up and getting started. But a lot of things out there to pay attention to and keep you on your toes if you're driving around out here at night. So next slide here, I'll turn this one over to Jeff if you're there.
Yep, thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon, everybody. So as you can see, we're on fiscal year. We just finished out our fiscal year. So the month of June was pretty much a lot of labor intensive work, patching potholes, some guardrail and delineation, things like that. But overall, with overhead, we spent about $8.5 million in Clear Creek County. 1.1 of that was in plowing and, 1.1 was in asphalt. And then for snow and ice, we spent about 6.1 there. So that's what we're doing there as far as what's went on. As Jeff said, we have a lot of engineering projects going on. So we'll try to fill in the gaps with a couple of smaller projects of mill and fill. We'll begin those here 1st of August because we'll need to rotomill, and that's rented out until then. So that's the reason for the delay of that. Effective July 1st, we did take on the west side of the tunnel down to Silverthorne and Loveland Pass. So right now we are hiring. If you know anybody that wants a job, send them our way. We need about 20 people right now to fill those positions. So that's where we are in maintenance. We did get some snow and hail up on Mount Evans yesterday. That's reason for the closure, is more of a safety closure to get everybody down safely. The Forest Service did call for that, but we was also there to help them. So right now it's going to be a busy, fast summer, but we hope to get a lot of things addressed. Any questions for maintenance?
Hey, Jeff, you kind of understated just how bad our staffing problem is at the Eisenhower Tunnel and in Section 9. The cost of living, as you guys on this call have all heard, and Summit County is really high. Clear Creek County is no exception. So we're doing what we can to try to attract people to come in and work for CDOT. And I'm sure this isn't isolated just to CDOT, if you read any of the newspaper articles that are out there. So hopefully we'll come up with some good ideas to attract people to come work for us.
I had a question about road maintenance. I think it was in one of these meetings in the not distant past, there was conversation about the potential for a long overdue resurfacing and just improvements on the Mount Evans Highway. Any updates along those lines?
Sean, there was a plan that would have possibly gotten us some money out of Senate Bill 260. So we hadn't heard anything lately. So Jessica reached out to Department of Natural Resources to kind of see if that grant was coming through or not, because you're right, we've got a lot of problems on the Mount Evans corridor. There is a central federal lands project that's a little bit smaller up there that just would fix those frost heaves. And as I understand it, federal lands is still proceeding forward with doing something up there. I don't have any more detail than that. I haven't heard the latest schedule in probably 6 months or so, but we can look into that if you'd like.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and maybe I heard it in some other context, but I thought it was something along the lines of a grant program that was in the several to multiple millions of dollars that would actually allow for long-term mitigations, with the different wetlands considerations. I know it's a complex problem up there that Colorado State's been studying, and that's what I heard. I almost thought it had something to do with the Forest Service or with the federal government.
Yeah, so Central Federal Lands is doing that project to fix the fen, all that, and that's where all that big heaving's going on up there. In fact, Colorado Public Radio is doing an interview up there with a few of our people today, probably finished by now, to talk about that more. So that project is still ongoing. And Central.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Well, so Central Federal Lands is taking the lead on that project through a FLAP grant. There was also another plan where DNR reached out to us. Could we spend 20 million on the Mount Evans corridor? And that's the money that I just do not have an update for.
Central Federal Land, there were two different, I know CFL, FHWA is broken into a few different major pieces, and Central Federal Lands handles for our area handles and pretty large area handles tribal lands and all public lands and stuff like that, all the highways on those. So they're like Guanella Pass, Mount Evans and stuff like that. So that's why they got involved. But then I know that DNR, and maybe this is what you're referring to, Paul, was also talking about a recreation infrastructure package, the largest piece of which was, I think, almost like a complete redo of an end-to-end on major. I think there was quite a bit of money going into the Mount Evans Road from that one, if it went through. And maybe that's one I don't know the status of, because it involved a few other recreational areas like Stevens Gulch and some others that were in the mix too. But you don't know anything about that, do you? Any progression?
No, that's exactly what I was talking to. So we reached back out to them like a week ago to try and get an update. And what we weren't certain of is, did that project get absorbed into Senate Bill 260? Or is there still a pot of money that's even available to go up there and do something to Mount Evans? So of course we would love $20 million, which is what they were talking about on Mount Evans, but it's really a question of whether that money is still available or not.
Right, and I think the one I was referring to was there were elements of DNR that were behind it, but I think it was a federal pot they were looking at. The one I'm talking about, so it may have been yet another one. So
yeah, I'll try to get an update for you next time on that.
One of the things I was hoping to maybe talk about or cover a little bit today was just to talk about things like the dead trees that end up appearing in the right of way. I know that some of the times that might be because of aerosolization of snow removal materials or other reasons. Doesn't really matter why, but I think the dead trees can cause fire risk, and we all know that fire in this corridor would be a serious problem, transportation wise and human death wise, obviously a big problem. Are there any protocols or plans or general practices that CDOT has in place or can have in place to take care of the dead trees that may appear or there now or will be in the future?
Hey, Amy.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have been working on those down low. We started in there at Evergreen and Chief Hosa. We have been doing a lot through there. We are working up. We're looking at some more equipment. That'll be an attachment to a traco, if you will, is basically like what the logging companies use in their clear cuts. It'll just delimb a tree right now, and then we cut it into lengths and things like that. We are looking into that, but we are working up. So yes, ma'am, we are making it a priority as we go.
Vanessa?
So Amy, on the Forest Service property trees, you know, we met with the Forest Service last year about that issue, and the Forest Service didn't want, preferred not to do anything with the trees at that point. They wanted to give them another year or two of monitoring before they decided, yeah, you can go ahead and remove them. But so we need to just check in with them again still, because there is a process we can go through to remove the trees from the Forest Service land. But like I said, we're just working with the Forest Service on that, and they didn't want to take those trees down yet.
I recall that. Yes, thanks.
Sure.
I would add just briefly, Vanessa, that one of the most evident areas of that problem in Clear Creek is on the east side between Dumont and Fall River, partially because the road is so close to those trees, because you have road and then that right-of-way embankment into the creek. And there's a lot of standing dead right through that area. So, you know, you might put a little circle around that one, Jeff, when you get to it.
Yes, ma'am, we are aware of it. We are trying to get up there.
Thanks. Just wanted to make sure that got on the radar.
Cool. Any other questions, things to discuss, maintenance or project wise?
On the
Oh, go ahead.
On the maintenance side, I'm curious. I know we have the water quality working group, is I think what we called it. That's related to how much snowmelt product we're putting down and what we think the state of water quality is. I don't think I recall that we've talked about that in the last year or so. Does anybody have an update on that?
We're meeting tomorrow, actually. That group meets yearly, and our next meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, actually. And Tim Ryan has joined that group on the Clear Creek County side, our public health director. So we'll have one more sort of set of eyeballs to bring different sets of questions or whatever into that group. So we will have more to say about that. We are, and CDOT and that Mike Kellerman and I are continuing to have conversation about just developing what are the right metrics we want to identify, what are the things that, what parts of the water quality metrics that CDOT is collecting are the right ones that we can start including in these quarterly reports, so that we can be looking at them over time. And I mean, CDOT collects tons of really valuable data on water, and how do we, which ones of those can we just pull out and use as a little mini dashboard in this quarterly report to make it a little easier for CDOT to prepare this report, and make it so the questions that we ask are not the same ones every time, and that we can then also have this dashboard where we can see the same data quarter after quarter after quarter, year after year, and I think that can add some value to the material that we're all looking at and trying to understand together.
Thank you.
Right on. Amy, did you have another question on something else?
Oh, I was wondering about just maybe a little bit more, if you could share anything else about the, what are the next steps in getting the toll lanes operable for the westbound project? It might be, I know we've talked about that a million times, Jeff. So if you can press play on that recording that you keep spooled in your brain, maybe that'd be useful for the group.
So where we're at in that process, we have to have the roadway in final alignment as the first step. And right now we've got that little bit of a traffic shift right in front of the sound wall to get that barrier done. So as soon as that gets moved out of the way and the timing of that worked out well, our tolling integrator is going to be in here next week. And what they do is they go in, and the first thing they're going to do once they get out here is go to each site, and they'll spend a little bit of time at each site making sure everything is, all the stuff in the boxes is hooked up the way they want it. They have all the the necessary equipment that they want. And when I'm talking about equipment, I'm talking computer parts and pieces and cables and things inside those boxes. And that all of that infrastructure is set up the way that they want it. And then what we'll do is when they tell us, we'll put traffic in that lane. And the basic understanding I have of it that I can give to you guys is we have to get 12,000 cars a day through those lanes to verify that all that equipment is working the way that it's supposed to. So as soon as they give us the go ahead, we open it up. We'll have, we're already working in the background on the PI aspect so that we have something ready to put out there and tell people, drive in the lane, use it, you know, make sure we hit these traffic counts. And then what that'll do is it allows all the testing of the cameras and the different infrastructure inside those boxes to be tested, make sure it's all working accordingly so that, you know, Amy, when you go flying through there, they get your license plate going and coming. So that way they make sure that all that tolling infrastructure works the way that it's supposed to. Again, my understanding on that one, it's about a 4 to 6 week process of the testing and making sure that they have everything. We're having a few conversations right now on, it's supposed to be 14 days at each location. What we're talking about is whether or not that can be concurrent or sequential. So depending on how that timeline works out, they'll come back to us and give us the thumbs up, say everything's good, or they'll keep making the tweaks and working in the background. So realistically, with where we're at on time frame, I would like to say that Labor Day weekend is going to be a great weekend to turn that thing on and go live. I'm not HPTE. I'm not putting words in their mouth. So, you know, I'm going to say that from a construction standpoint, I'm going to feel comfortable that we're done with everything we can do, and it'll be up to them to say if they're ready to make that go live then. But we anticipate putting traffic in there much sooner than that, just to start the testing process.
Makes sense. Makes a bunch of sense.
Great.
Cindy, I think you might have had a question.
I don't have a question. I want to put on a little bit of a different hat. I would like to let the commissioners know and very publicly thank CDOT for participating. You know, we've had a long partnership in the Gateway Visitor Center in Georgetown. And, you know, we've topped our 7 millionth visitor through that place. And so our restrooms were getting a little bit aged, shall we put it? And CDOT stepped forward. You know, we looked at our partner and said, hey, can you help us out? And they stepped forward, and things are really going down there and getting upgraded and changed. And we appreciate the contribution greatly. And I know we're the only rest area that still comes out of region money. And I don't quite think that's fair. I haven't figured a way out of that yet, but we certainly appreciate the fact that the region stepped up and did that.
Right. I think another kudo that we haven't been talking about in these meetings so much, because it's more of a Mike Timlin thing, is I believe you're unveiling Pegasus in December, which is just basically a scaled down version of, you know, a effectively smaller, it's part of the bus stand fleet that you're adding a bunch of smaller 12 to 15 passenger shuttles to that to increase. And I guess this would be a good time to bring it up in this meeting, and I don't know which of you is involved in it, but pleased to see that thing getting started.
Yeah, some good things.
Yeah, thanks, Randy, and thanks, Cindy. You know, that Georgetown Visitor Center, it does serve a valuable role in the I-70 corridor. We close I-70 in the winter time, as you know, at Georgetown, and that's a place where people can get off the road and use the restroom and stuff like that. So ever since we closed the restrooms at the Eisenhower Tunnel, this has become the alternative location. And it really is a good public-private partnership for a rest area that you guys do a good job maintaining. So I'm glad it worked out, and I'm also very excited for the Pegasus project too as we go forward. So
it's good.
Commissioners, could I throw one in there? CDOT, you guys killed it. Not last weekend, the weekend before, when we had that big burned up semi in the bike path between Georgetown and Silver Plume. And your guys partnered up with LA Towing and got that thing out of there before the slacker race happened on Saturday, June 26th. And thank you. I mean, that guy, I don't know him, Mike Zamora, he was on it. He was like calling me, telling me, hey, we got this, we got this. You know, if nothing else, we're going to be out there and we're going to help supervise runners through a safe way to get, you know, around that situation. But they were out there in the rain Thursday night and Friday night, fixing it all, clearing it all. They were amazing. So big kudos to your guys. They saved the day for sure. They were not slackers. So
Thank you, ma'am. I'll pass that on. I appreciate the kind words.
yeah.
So I guess I'm curious, maybe you can help me understand what the quality control process looks like after a construction project. And I'll tell you why I'm curious about it. I was walking down Water Street in Idaho Springs, and I realize it's between you and Idaho Springs in that particular area, but it looked like the paving wasn't done in a way that the water really drains well. There was kind of a lot of pooling right there. And so I'm curious, does CDOT staff do quality control, and like at what point do you lose the ability to say, hey, you guys, I need you to go get this one right?
So that's a great question. That's something I've been dealing with this morning, is getting caught up with my guys. Basically how it works, and this is common of every project. I mentioned it and said that we're going through the punch list walkthroughs now. So my staff for the last couple of weeks, they've been going through the entire project. Anything that just, it's, you know, it's cracked, you know, if we have cracked sidewalk or curb and gutter, or, you know, the barrier doesn't look right, we've got issues with asphalt, anything that we find that's not acceptable per our standards, we've started putting together that list to put back on the contractor and say, here's all the things you need to fix before we accept the project. So that Water Street area is I'm glad we've gotten the rain when we've gotten it, because it really does show some of these deficiencies. And Water Street's not the only place that we have that problem. We've got a couple problems on mainline I-70 that we're going to address too, because, you know, we've had some internal arguments about it, but water and nature are showing us the truth. So it was good timing. But what we'll do is, before we accept the project, we're going to go through and fix as much of that stuff as we possibly can. So anything that we deem that's just deficient, that doesn't meet our quality standards, we take care of it. Maintenance will be part of those walkthroughs. So I haven't set any times up with Jeff yet, but I know I've talked to a couple of his deputies and TM3s about getting some folks out there, and we're going to start walking through parts and pieces with them as well, so that when we're done and we accept it, everything that gets handed off for maintenance, whether it goes back to the county, the city, or CDOT maintenance, everybody's happy with what we're accepting. So we'll do that. I haven't reached out to Amy yet, because we're still trying to do internal stuff and get everything in a little bit more of a finished configuration that we're comfortable with before I turn Amy and Cindy loose and say, let me know if you guys see anything else. Because right now, I mean, that I've got a couple dry erase boards here outside my office that the staff has filled in, and we're looking for more room. So we're not far enough yet for me to say, okay, I want some outside eyes to come in and take a look at these things now. But we do that on every project. So it's not just these, you know, the big ones, is that even our smaller projects, that's part of the acceptance process, is we do those punch list walkthroughs, whether it's one with a few people that all come in and the different stakeholders, or like something this size, we'll schedule things out and have different times to go look at different parts of the project. But that'll be upcoming in the next couple of months, that Amy and Cindy are going to have to put on their walking shoes and spend some more time with me.
Will do.
I think one thing that's important too is to remember that, I know sometimes as a contractor, when you see those things that happen, you know, you mentioned water and nature are doing what they do, which is something that sometimes contractors fall back on, and occasionally justifiably, that there is not a solution, or there was no solution that was designed or implemented. So it becomes a matter of who's on first when it comes to responsibility for it. And so I guess I'm asking the same question George asked a little different way, which is, regardless of who's ultimately responsible contractually for the proper drainage, for example, for that area, that it's going to end up being right, whether it's, you know, whether whether it is, whether it's CDOT or whether it's the contractor. Is that correct? Is that
Correct.
something
Yes.
going on?
Yep. And
Okay.
that's exactly what we're going through now, is to look at those kinds of things. Like Water Street, I can tell you that's purely on the contractor. You know, I had guys out there, multiple people that were on that saying, we have to get this right the first time because we've spent so much time in that parking lot. And then to have it rain and show where those deficiencies are. I mean, it's pretty easy to say, come back and fix it. We documented that this stuff wasn't right and you didn't want to listen. Some of these other areas, like, you know, I'll use the eastbound lane, the PPSL lane right through the same 240 area. If you've driven that in the last couple of days, you see some little ponds of water near the inlets and some sediment and stuff. We're trying to determine, is that an inlet issue? Is that a grade issue? You know, what's really causing that? I've had a couple meetings on that already today, talking to my guys internally. We're trying to solve that problem and say, okay, is this a design problem or a contractor problem? And then we'll figure out a way to fix it and move on from it. So that's why I can't say that, you know, I'm hoping to finish these things up in the next couple months, but depending on what these problems are and what it's going to take to fix them, that's going to drive a lot of what's left in the schedule.
Jeff, on that board outside your office, it's ponding westbound at 239. And I thought that maybe that was because the lanes were still shifted slightly because of the wall. But it was quite a pond the other day in one of those downpours. And that's a tough spot because you're, you know, going around the curve. And
Gotcha. Was that westbound?
it was westbound. Yeah.
Okay. So, and I think with that traffic switch that we have in there, there was some drainage work being completed. So
Hopefully that's
we'll
not
keep an eye
bad.
on that one for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And then so if we have, if we want to benefit from the watchful eyes of everybody who we report to that travels along that road, would it be that we ask our constituents to reach out to Amy Saxton with observations, or how do we best benefit from observations of the public?
So for you guys, yeah, if you're getting observations from the public, have them go through Amy. Anything from you guys, I mean, I know Commissioner Marlin, Commissioner Wheelock, you guys are driving through here all the time. You see something, let me know.
Yeah.
I'm happy to take that phone call and we'll make sure that we're taking a look at everything. So and obviously Cindy and Amy know that because they call me, Cindy, not as frequently. I don't think she likes me much anymore. She doesn't drive through and tell me what's going on, but Amy all the time. Amy and I talk quite a bit. She keeps me up to date as to things she's seeing, and we'll be sure to take care of it.
There was quite a bit of hydroplane city going on over the last week or so, a couple of times. And although it was pretty hard to really tell what was defective and what was nature at the moment, it was coming in so hard that, you know, everything could have been draining perfectly. And it was kind of like water skiing a couple of times, but.
And that's, I unfortunately I wasn't here because I've been waiting for a couple of those good afternoon frog stranglers to get out there and drive around a little bit and see what they look like. But, you know, I take 2 weeks off and it decided to rain in this state finally.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Any other concerns or questions?
None for me.
Cool. Well, thank you guys. Like I said, let me know. Anything else comes up, give me a shout.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time coming to talk with us. I want to thank all of our team for paying so much attention to what you're doing, and see you in a quarter.
Actually, I do have a real quick question. Maybe, Paul, it's for you. You mentioned the Senate bill that passed, the transportation bill. Do you have any expectations of when you're going to get some more clarification about what that actually means to you from a line item perspective and what dollars are going to show up where?
Yeah, so there's a stack meeting. I think it is this Friday where we're going to have some slides, but let's see if I have the list in front of me. So we were asked to put together a list of projects that we would spend Region 1's portion. And it's more complicated than it just being Senate Bill 260. It's actually Senate Bill 267, year 3. they have some extra money left over that they call premium, and that's when they get a favorable rate. And so they're able to, you know, get a little extra money out of selling the bonds that they sold. So anyway, Region 1's share was something like 87 million, somewhere in that range. And so kind of how we have it laid out right now, which is subject to commission approval, is a couple million to get the I-70 Mustang Pegasus, which is Floyd Hill mitigation going. So that's designed to get those little park and rides going along the corridor up there, sort of east of Floyd Hill. You know, that 50 million for Eisenhower tunnel repairs and maintenance. And so we've got a big list, $150 million list of needs in the tunnel, but that 50 million would be coming through this program. We're doing I-70 noise wall maintenance, but that's way down in Denver, you know, between like Sheridan and geez, I think it's Pecos. So we have a couple projects already funded there. We're putting another 20 million to get the rest of those projects, those noise walls replaced. You can imagine if you replace one old wooden noise wall, then all the neighbors there are now like, when are we getting ours? So we're, and that noise wall is just falling down all over the place. So then we've got some other money at a mobility hub at I-25 and Highway 7. We've got some money for Burnham Yard to get an environmental study going. We've got a Safer Main Streets urban arterial study that's planned. Some additional Mustang fleet purchases, and these are just the Region 1 things. And then, you know, the one project that Jeff didn't touch on is we're also looking at getting another truck escape ramp eastbound I-70. We've had all those trucks burning up near Denver West. So we're planning to enhance the existing truck escape ramp there at, I guess you'd call it sort of Genesee area there. And then looking at adding an additional truck escape ramp lower down the hill. So that's actually freight money. So we, you know, and then of course the pre-construction funding to do the westbound climbing lane that approaches the Eisenhower Tunnel. So we actually got a bunch of money through this Senate Bill 260, and the lion's share is really going towards the I-70 corridor. So and we need it, right?
Yep.
The tunnel needs that that maintenance. So does that answer your question? I mean, that's kind of the next year worth of money anyway.
Yeah, that's very helpful. And then I'm not sure you have anything to comment on the possibility of federal money, depending on what happens in our nation's capital over the next few months.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything there. I don't know if somebody is going to come from CDOT to talk about that at, I think it's Thursday's I-70 coalition meeting. So there might be some discussion there.
I'm sure at some point.
I don't know though.
I'm sure at some point the words Floyd Hill will come out of your mouth when that conversation comes up.
Well, I'm just happy we have a project on Floyd Hill, right? Like 6 months ago, I don't know that we had a project, but now it sure looks like we have a project. So
yeah.
It's pretty
Yeah,
exciting.
Floyd Hill's on the agenda at every I-70 coalition meeting until it's done, I think. We are having a report on that, I know. I was going over that was my phone call over lunch, was going over the coalition agenda. It's that and Senate Bill 260 and having at least, I think, 2 legislators in to talk about future legislation that might help aid 260 as it moves forward.
Yeah, well, thanks, Paul, and thanks CDOT team.
Yeah, thank you all. Appreciate it.
Let me know, Randy, if you need any updates at Coalition, because I think I'm our person for that on Thursday too. So if there's any particular questions you're looking for ahead of time, let me know and I'll be sure to address them.
I think we have, Nick's coming in to discuss tolling and the westbound peak period shoulder lane. And I don't think we're getting into the discussions on Floyd Hill hours yet at that meeting, but I know that's up to, Nick had called last week about that.
Yep. Cool.
I have a funny question. I think it's to Paul. Does the development of an RFP for the big project at Floyd Hill require a some sort of a decision about eastbound?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've made that decision. We don't have the funding for eastbound at this point. So we're not planning to put it in the RFP. We're planning to do enough design for eastbound so that eastbound and westbound can coexist when we do have a project for eastbound. And we really need to put bookends around that for contractors so they understand what the scope is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm sort of saying,
Yeah.
because how do you put out a scope that says maybe we're going to do, I mean, yes, I can understand it. It needs to get into some framework. That's what caused me to sort of think about the future of eastbound along with package 1 for Floyd Hill.
Well, and so with regard to that too, and what helps tie all that together is our understanding all along has been, because we saw some graphics recently at another presentation that were to the contrary, and that the preferred alternative coming out of the EA at this point seems to be the viaduct. Is that correct? Is that still the case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
For westbound and possibly for eastbound in the future.
Yeah, well, there was never a tunnel for eastbound. It was just the westbound side. Yeah.
Right. And so I think the viaduct implies the design for both the westbound and the eastbound. The westbound cannot be designed independently of the eastbound, and then design the eastbound differently later. So my understanding is that when we embark, we'll know what the picture looks like. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. We don't want to build a westbound structure that is in the way of doing something that you need to do eastbound. So we have to design enough of the eastbound structure so that the two work together. Because I mean, our long-term plan is to get something done eastbound as well. So we just don't want to create we can't design one and not the other. We've got to do enough design eastbound so that westbound and eastbound work together.
And so that was my point, was that the viaduct alternative, if the preferred alternative is the viaduct, then that would apply to actually bidirectionally, as I understand it.
But it wouldn't have to, because eastbound was never planned to go through it. Eastbound could stay where it is on the valley floor.
Well, there's a difference between the valley floor and a viaduct.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to speak.
I see that.
Yeah, I mean, right now eastbound is planned to be a viaduct as well, right?
That's what I was getting to, and that's the question I was trying to have answered. So.
Yep, clear as mud.
Okay, I may have jumped the gun earlier. Are we done? We don't have to be.
I had no more questions before those last 12.
I don't have any more slides to present, so that's up to you guys. If you don't have any more questions, we'll let you get on with your day.
And you know where to find us if anything comes up. Feel free to give us a call if you got any questions. We're always happy to take your calls. So.
Okay, well, thanks for coming. That is the final item on our public agenda. I do believe that we have more executive session. And so therefore I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
So for the reasons that we stated earlier in the record, it's the same subject matter that pursuant to CRS 24-64024A for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the lease, transfer or sale of any real property or personal property, other property interest and property located at 445 West Dumont Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Same link?
Yep.
Or a new one?
All right.
Okay, the board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. Because there's nothing else on the public agenda, We will be coming back to this Zoom link solely to adjourn the meeting. I'll see you on the other side.
I move adjourn.
Second. Okay, so our executive session is concluded. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made. There is nothing remaining on the public agenda, and so we are adjourned. Our next scheduled meeting is next Tuesday, the 13th. We'll see you all then.